Let's see. Hi. I see nobody's here yet, and if people drop in, that's totally okay. I'm just going to do my hair, and if anybody has any questions, I'll answer them. But that's basically it. I'll leave this up on my channel specifically because it's a way to see in real time just some basic hair maintenance. And this is probably a good break for all of us from doom scrolling and looking at the news. So I'm just sectioning out a quarter of my hair. Still just been shampooed and doesn't really have anything in it. So I'm gonna do something about that. I'm just using plain water this time. I forgot to fill it with aloe vera, so it doesn't make that much of a difference. The water is warm. Homemade flaxseed gel made with black tea this time, just because it smells nice. Shea butter. And olive oil with cloves. This is basically the same exact routine as my mini twist video. I don't know if I'm going to start doing mini twists immediately right now, but probably, because we're in the middle of a blizzard. So why not? I'm going to be snowed in for like a week anyway. It is still snowing outside. If anybody is here and you can see and hear okay, just please let me know. I think I am going to do mini twists this time. So just for quick background information for anybody who's watching this back later on, I have tailbone length 4C hair. I haven't taken down the back bit, but this is the area where my sideburns are currently, and just that's gotten pretty long. So yeah. The reason why I'm doing a live stream today is because I still have my old Samsung Galaxy S9, and all of a sudden the camera has started to break. It randomly shuts itself off, and what else is going on with it? Oh, it can't keep any of the backgrounds for some reason. It keeps resetting all the apps back to factory settings. So I basically have to start looking at getting a new phone, and I'm an extremely stubborn person about phones and basically technology not lasting as long as it should, in my opinion. I feel like anything that costs you over $500 should last 10 years. But I was thinking about getting the S23 Ultra but refurbished. So I think that would be a good enough phone without really having to worry about all of the having to deal with AI features on a camera that I don't want. Yeah. I just added the olive oil to this section and I'm smoothing it through. And then after the olive oil comes shea butter. And what I'm doing is I'm going to take the shea butter and I'm going to rub it in my hands until it's completely smooth. I'm going to start that at the ends and drag that up the section. And I'm pulling out any shed hairs I come across when I see them. But also some of them are tangled into knots, so I'm just going to take my scissors and cut where I see a knot. Right now I'm doing the stream on my laptop, which is also breaking, so but we need to with what we have. One of the things I have to do when I go through each section is make sure that there's no knots and the section is completely smooth, so there shouldn't be any tangles or anything. And that's part of why it takes so long, is because it's half finger detangling. This, no matter how well you've detangled, at least for me with my 4C hair, it will get tangled again. And that's fine. It's like something meditative that you can do and keep your mind off other things. So now I'm taking the flaxseed gel. I've actually made it the thickness that I want this time, so I'm just going to show. It's about this thick, ideally. And it drips down very slowly. That's going to help make the shea butter spread better. It's going to be a little bit more literally moisturizing and conditioning. But the point is to make the curls set in a shape so it's harder for them to come undone as you leave your mini twist in. I've heard a lot of people saying sort of complaints that when they do mini twists, they don't really stay for a day, even. Oh, hi, there's one person here. Welcome. If you want to leave a comment in the chat, that's alright. But yeah, I'm just doing mini twists and I'm starting from the top. So far, I've put in olive oil with cloves, then shea butter, and then homemade flaxseed gel with black tea. I have fine 4C hair, and pretty sure it's high density. So, yeah. I thought if we just sat down and we did something kind of relaxing and just got away from doom scrolling and all of the bad stuff for just a while. And I don't know if anybody watching with me wants to do self-care at the same time, but I personally need a little break, so I'm just gonna take care of myself. If you have any questions, I can try to answer them to the best of my ability. If I don't know something, I will say I don't know or I'm not sure. Yeah. We're gonna start splitting this into sections and try to move before it dries too much. When I separate the sections, I'm doing a seesawing motion with my hands. And I'm making sure not to ignore any tangles that might be in there. Making sure I can cleanly separate that area. I don't know why, but the seesawing motion while gripping the ends with your hands really helps it come apart without snapping hairs or tangling too much. Probably gonna run out of shea butter this time, but that's fine. I won't be doing this until the end because then I'll be on live for 16 hours or so, or more probably. I'm just gonna do a little bit for a couple of hours, talk and hang out, and then go watch K-drama and cartoons and do the rest of my mini twists. I feel like doing this specific routine is how I keep my hair healthy and the healthiest. So if I did nothing but this to take care of my hair, which I mostly did for a year, probably back in 2022, that's when I see the most hair growth and, well, specifically length retention. It doesn't have to be super complicated, and once you know what you're doing in order to help your hair grow, you don't really need to hop on many new products or anything like that. If you know what's growing your hair, it's a matter of patience building and sticking to it. I think personally that once you retain 6 inches and it doesn't break off, you can probably retain 6 more if you're paying attention. And then it just goes from there. When I twist my hair, I'm keeping my fingers close together. And I flatten the section. I have a video about this specifically, but I flatten one side and grip with my thumb. Well, the camera's mirrored and I'm really bad at this. So my thumb and my index finger, and my thumb and my index finger, and I'm smoothing those sections flat and twisting them around each other until the end. And as my hair has gotten to tailbone length, it's taking a really long time to get to the end of the twist. And one of my favorite styles is to do maybe around 200 to 212 mini twists. But I haven't done that in a while just because it's so time consuming. But right now, doing something time consuming is so much better than doomscrolling. So I'd rather be doing this. It's better for your mental health. And in the long run, even if you can't control everything in the world, you do something and just make your hair grow to your butt as a hobby. So I'm just going to go to the end. This one is super tiny because I'm incorporating my entire sideburn area. I don't really like to cut those off, and I don't like to let them break off. So this might be too small a size for my whole head. That's about the area of my scalp that makes this sort of twist, so That's what I mean when I say I have very fine hair. It's just very high density, but once you compact it, you can tell that it's very fine. When I say fine, I do mean the individual hair strands. Sometimes I forget how long this takes. Wow, we're still going. But it's okay if it takes long because precision when you're doing your twist helps keep it from frizzing out on the sides as much. Just grabbing a little bit more flaxseed gel and a little bit more shea butter because we're getting to the ends and the ends are a bit more fragile. If you're there and you can hear me, please just leave me a little comment in the chat box. Even if you're my partner who tries to pretend he's not watching these. That way I know other people can hear me. And thanks to my partner, I was able to get a memory card for my phone finally. Thank you so much. Also, hi. I was able to get a memory card for my phone, which once I get a new phone, it won't be able to take memory cards. I just twirled the ends separately from each other, and because this is such a fine part of my hair, I'm going to add extra flaxseed gel and extra shea butter just to lock that shape in place. But this is about the size of my curls when they're soaking wet. But yeah, welcome. I hope that you're doing okay. Have you had an alright day? Adding the flaxseed gel sort of fills in those gaps and then it'll sort of dry to a harder cast. As time goes on, it'll soften and still hold the shape. So that's where it is. It's going to shrink up a lot. I do have the bandana in my lap just to wipe my hands occasionally. Highly recommend that if you're doing your mini twist. Okay, let's move on to the next section. We'll see how much this one shrinks up. This is just a heat protectant bottle, but there's actually warm water in here. I tend to just refill my heat protectant bottles when they're empty instead of buying sort of just new plastic at the moment. One, because it doesn't really make sense to buy something that I already have. And I think that the nozzle is a lot easier to spray than some of the other things. So you don't necessarily need anything fancy to do your hair. Just adding some more oil to my hands, not a lot. And I'm trying to not get it directly on my scalp. Because I know my scalp doesn't like oils, but my hair likes oils, so it's complicated. Then I'm adding the shea butter to the lengths and stretching the hair out while doing so. I have a lot of new growth coming in because I went through like massive stress shedding recently and a couple of years ago. But I'm determined to make things a little bit better. As your hair grows in, it's naturally growing in all different lengths because of how the hair phases work. So clearly the hair at the bottom is about 7 going on 8 years old. The hair from here above is about the last 4 months. So it does look like my hair is getting thicker again, which is good. As I was growing hair out, I did keep track of how many months it took to get to a certain place on my face, and then I kind of ran out of face to measure against. But I noticed that about here, like right at my eyes, is around 6 months, and then at my lips, let's say to get to the bottom of my jaw, as far as my bangs go, is about a year or a year and a half. So now, because I did that, I can sort of eyeball and know exactly how many months ago any shorter hairs have grown in. Because we shed about 50 to 100 hairs every day, and those hairs just don't stay gone. Eventually, after a resting phase, they come right back. So. Just makes me want to laugh how long it takes me to get down one twist. I wonder how much of this I'll actually have done by the end of this. You can sort of see in real time that this is shrinking up. I typically like to do the edges of my hair first when I do twists, just because those are the parts that are the most fragile for me, and so they need the most immediate attention. The middle of my hair tends to do pretty well, so I can sort of do that after I get the perimeter done. Just adding more flaxseed gel. Hi, I see another person join. Welcome. We're just hanging out and doing mini twists. And if you have any questions whatsoever, just ask me. I'll try to answer to the best of my ability. But we're just hanging out and having a nice, peaceful time. If you want to twist with me or do whatever you need to do with your hair, that's cool. If you just want to hang out, that's cool too. I feel like sometimes I get overwhelmed thinking about the sheer amount of time I'm going to have to spend on the mini twist, and then when I sit down, it's just like, I actually like doing this. I forget every time, like, oh, this is calming. So these look a bit like micro twists. Oh, that's alright. I'm not sure if I'm ever going to get to the point where my hair weighs itself down, because my hair is genuinely just light as air. So I wonder how long it would have to be in order not to shrink up as much. But at the same time, I really hope it never stops shrinking like it does, because it's so good for my hair. It's like my hair is in a naturally protective style when it just brings itself up as much as possible off of my clothes. So I'm just twirling those in separate directions. And then I'm weaving them. I like to put a lot of extra flaxseed gel on and make it really thick on the ends. So here we go. I find that flaxseed gel and shea butter together define my hair the best. You can see how much that just makes the curls really tiny and happy and springy and coily. So yeah, we've got 2 now. Wow, 2 twists in 24 minutes. Sometimes I feel like it gets like to be a little absurd amount of time to do my hair, but we're in a blizzard. What else are we doing? I don't know. Is anybody else here stuck in the snowstorm? Because I had to rush out and get my groceries right as it started here where I live. And I was driving going, oh, I'm making a mistake. This was a bad idea. But also, you don't want to be snowed in with no food. Although, when I look out of the window today, it really does look like whipped cream just everywhere. It's really neat, but also a little bit scary. And I know I've lived in a place that has winter for more than half of my life at this point, but it's still a little bit weird. Okay. This section I'm just going to be extra careful with because that's where the thinning spot is. So usually I would have aloe vera juice in my spray bottle, but I forgot about that this time, so we just have some water. You know, the thinning spot is growing out to about here now, which is pretty good. And eventually, when I decide to start maintaining my hair at a certain length, if I decide that, then I'll grow that section out all the way and just trim it. I've always wanted to try the hime cut, but I'm not sure how to make that work for my hair. And to be very honest, I'm afraid of cutting my hair into a style because I only know how to trim my hair for basic health. So, I'm not quite that brave. But I feel like a hime cut would be a good option to deal with that area because it just cut it right at the line from my mouth. The point for me isn't perfect hair, it's just I'm just here to have a nice time. That's all. Again, if I run into any tangles, I slow down and I take them out. I'm not in a rush. If I get tired of doing this, I could always put my scarf on and finish another day. I'm getting really good at doing in between styles. So even if my mini twists aren't all done, as I do them, I try to do them so that it's roughly symmetrical and looks purposeful. That way, if I have to run out or do anything, it doesn't look like I've only finished half my braids or something like that. But that's the definition that comes from the flaxseed gel and the shea butter and the oil. And all of that is going to lock in place and prevent the twists from frizzing out. Keeps the hairs that normally would stick out if you use less sticky, less heavy products from doing that. And that reduces the friction quite a lot. So I'm just going to split these in two. And we're just going to get really close to the root, but not pulling. Just to grab all those hairs that are growing out. And keep our fingers close together. And twist down. I was thinking about posting a hair journey video if anybody's interested in that. But I'm gonna have to do that once I'm able to get a new phone. But I said I would do something, and so I'm going to do it. And even if my phone is broken, I'm not gonna let it stop me. One of the things about winter that's really nice is even if you only finish your mini twist halfway and you need to go run an errand, it is so cold outside. It's like 7 degrees Fahrenheit. So, really, nobody's going to see your hair anyway. Just bundle up as well as you can. Make sure your hair doesn't freeze. Make sure you don't freeze. Go do what you have to do and then come home and keep twisting. A lot of the times, I think what has helped me grow my hair is that I'm not so concerned about the style being perfect or being perfect to myself or looking great or hot all the time. I just look like a person going about their business, and it's none of anybody else's business. If my hair is protected, that's fine, and I'm retaining the length. The aesthetics of long hair comes second to protecting it. There's part of me that has the urge to just go wee while I'm doing this because just flying down the strands. And I know that's exceedingly silly, but just having a blast. If you have any questions at all, you can just let me know and I'll try to answer them the best that I can. Um, if you're just popping in, I have fine 4C hair and I'm just doing mini twist while it's absolutely being blizzard outside. Also, one of the things I don't really hear people talk about is doing your hair is sort of like getting a break. And I know it can be frustrating, and I know things can happen when you just like stamp your foot, and that's when you need to back up and come back maybe the next day or in a couple of hours. But I genuinely think that for me, that this is a form of rest. I can't be doing anything else with my hands, like doom scrolling or anything like that. I'm focused on a repetitive motion, so I'm not completely in my head. And if I'm having a bit of trouble being too in my head, then I can just put on a show and relax. I like the phrase from a series of books when I was a child. And it's the series of unfortunate events. And when they go into the library, it's like the one safe, decent place in the world when everything's just kind of messed up. But when they're in the library, in the secret base that it is, the password, if I remember correctly, is "the world is quiet here." And I can just come, shut my door when I get home to my apartment, and sit and do my hair, and the world's quiet. I can go back out into the world with better energy, being a better person if I just sit and be quiet and focus on myself for a little bit. And this is sort of like a medium, sort of, you know, how paint is a medium, or let's say drawing using a pencil or something like that. This is more so a medium for regulating yourself. And if I can sit here and ground myself in reality and feel safe, then I can do more to be there for other people in my life. It's just have to be there for myself first. It's quite funny to me because I used to say the thing of, oh, it's just hair. And I was a person that loved to shave my hair. And I've shaved it completely bald quite a few times. But now I've come to the point of like the complete opposite end of the spectrum of just, it's totally not just hair for me. And it's just like, it's funny how people change. Just adding a little bit of olive oil. That's to help the shea butter spread better. I'm going up the section slowly. I'm also doing this to prevent my hair from getting so dry because it is brutal outside. And it's brutal inside with the heat on and everything. So we're just being extra super gentle. I feel like if I don't take my time and I tear through my hair, then I'm just gonna break it. So, splitting this section into two. Doing that seesawing motion again, that helps me part. I'm gonna add some shea butter. Start at the ends and smooth it, keeping the section flat, going up to the top. Why does shea butter smell so good? It's so nice for no reason. Right now, my bangs, just gonna get up, go to about my belly button. And the rest of my hair goes to tailbone length. Just getting some oil of flaxseed gel. I made it extra super thick. And I'm gonna smooth it through the section slowly and just get it really in there. Hi, welcome. I see a lot of people say that 4C hair doesn't define, and I think that depends on your density and I suppose the thickness of your hair strands. And all 4C hair is still different from each other because while it seems like a small category of population that has it, it's actually quite a broad section. But I've been able to get my 4C hair to define by using the flaxseed gel and the shea butter together. It just sort of locks that shape in place. So this is what it looks like, very, very wet. And then the coils will shrink up to their more normal size later on. But I'm just gonna split this section in half. Actually needs a bit more shea butter because one of the things that I feel for when I'm doing my hair is, are all the hairs sort of sticking together a little bit, like aligning themselves? If they're not, you probably need just a bit more. Can't believe it's been 40 minutes and We're going into number 4. I'll be here for a little bit, so probably at least 2 hours total. Doing the seesawing motion to separate those sides. I think I want to make the other twist a little bit bigger. Not really sure. I'm just going to get this out of our way. And we're going to split that right at the root. Once I have the mini twist in, once they're all done, I will wash my hair in them. And then it's time to start redoing, but I find it really convenient to do the mini twist either a quarter of my head at a time or just a little section at a time instead of taking them all down again at once. You want to prevent them from coming too undone and raveling up on themselves. But I noticed that my mini twists will easily survive at least one wash before they need to be completely redone, before they mat or anything like that. And I think it's the combination of what I'm using to do it that really locks that shape in place. And when I do wash my mini twist, I'm more focused on washing my scalp than I am getting the lengths super squeaky clean, because the lengths are still pretty clean because oils travel down 4C hair much less fast than straighter or less curly, coily hair types. So here we go. And to wash the twist, you can also just squeeze the shampoo through it. And I've posted a wash day video, and it's essentially the same thing on mini twist. I know that I'll be posting a few different versions of my wash day. Keeping my hands close together to the point where the twist is forming. Smoothing the section flat and moving that product along the hair strand, along the hair section and down each half. I've been watching a lot of shows on Viki. Right now I have Netflix, but I only got Netflix for 1 month so that I can watch She-Ra before it goes away in February. But there's a free streaming service called Viki, and I mostly watch historical Chinese dramas or fantasy dramas on there. And thankfully, those are like 40 episodes long, so it's absolutely perfect for doing your mini twist. We also have K-dramas and Japanese dramas. And it's free. There is an option for a paid tier, but I noticed that a lot of the same dramas that are on Netflix are on Viki for free. So it just helps to have something to watch while you're doing this. As I go down, and once I start getting to the end, I try to add more flaxseed gel. You can see on my thumb, each product I use is becoming very creamy and sort of mixed together. But I noticed that if I mix them together right off the bat, for some reason that does not work as well as layering them on individually. So I did that once and then I didn't do it again because when you mix all the products together into one jar and then you try to apply it, like the oil, the shea butter, and the flaxseed gel, it basically makes a glue. And that's good, sort of, for keeping the hairs protected, but it's a little bit too good when you do it that way. So there's a reason why I layer each thing on individually. It just has a completely different consistency than if you were to mix it all together and apply it at once. I'm twisting the sides away from each other, so this one is going in this direction, and this one is going in this direction. And then I'm adding extra flax to that little coil. And whatever's left on my hands, I like to run it up the twist I've already done, especially since there's mostly flax on my hands. What it does is it keeps those little hairs that pop out in the strand and prevents them from breaking. So. Move on to the next section. I'm not really concerned with parting my hair any particular way because while I might be a very patient person, I'm not that patient. I really admire the people who take the time to do like 200 mini twists and part everything perfectly. That's amazing to me, but I'm not trying to be amazing. I'm just trying to do what I need to do. I'm quite happy with my irregular parting. I also find that the more I try to part perfectly, the more breakage I have. So you can see the middle of my hair is what my hair texture looks like before I had the shea butter and everything, and this is very wet hair. I know it doesn't look soaking wet, but that's just how my hair works. Now we're gonna add shea butter. Just added the oil. We're smoothing the shea butter out, starting at the ends because those are the oldest, most fragile parts of our hair, moving up and not putting it on the scalp as much as we can, smoothing that down so the hairs sort of form and align themselves. I'm just making sure this isn't a shed hair. No, it's not. Okay. Sometimes I'll pull my hair down and it's gotten long enough that I'm like, is that a shed hair or is my hair long? And then I'm like, oh god, my hair's long. But yeah. Just once again, this is the thickness of the flaxseed gel that I made. This, to me, is the ideal thickness. When you make your flaxseed gel, you just put enough seeds into the container. I like to use a tea strainer, like the kind that sits on top of the cup. So I use that as a measure so that way when I pour the flaxseed gel through it, it has enough capacity to hold the amount of flax seeds that I boiled. And while you're making it, I'll probably make a video on this. You want to stop the boil before it gets to your desired thickness, because as you pour it through your strainer or through your tea strainer, it'll start to cool down and then it won't pass through the strainer appropriately. So you pour when it's hot, and then as it cools, it congeals more. I'm just doing a little bit of finger detangling in this section because it seems to have tangled up a little bit. That's fine, it's part of the process. I just cut out a little fairy knot there. I always do my hair with hair scissors right next to me, just because there's always going to be a fairy knot. There's always going to be a little spot that needs to be cut. So while I'm doing my mini twists, it's the best time to search and destroy tiny little knots. And I think that helps me go longer between trims to just be paying attention, not snapping any hairs, and ready to cut off fairy knots when I see them. Because I find when I don't do that, they get really out of control. And once you've got one, it encourages the formation of the other for some reason. So, okay, that's nice and smooth. Whatever is not nice and smooth, we will deal with when we get there. When we take this down. But I will say that this makes a really nice twist up. And at some point, when I do a twist up, maybe I'll do a live and just show what that looks like. But I don't really wear my hair in twists for only a day or two just to do a twist out. The twist out is sort of just the end of a style right before I go into wash day. So here, twisting again. There's still give in the section for the hair to shrink. So you see that's not tight at all. When you see it, if you let it go, it shrinks back into place. And that's what I like to do to make sure that I'm not pulling my hair out. So. The reason I ideally like to do my mini twist on wet hair instead of dry is because when you add water to your hair, it breaks hydrogen bonds and makes the hair more malleable so that it's less brittle, and it also aligns the hairs in place, which makes not only for a better twist out, but for less frizz in your twist. I've noticed that when I do my mini twist on dry hair or blow dried hair, they just don't align in a way where they can compact down like this. And I feel that they're most protected when they're more compacted down. So, yeah. My brain is full of random hair trivia, so if you have any questions whatsoever, you can just ask me. Part of my hope is that this live will make it into the little scroll stream of people passing by, and we'll stop by and say hello. Part of my goals with my channel is to show that you can totally grow out your 4C hair. It's not a curse, it's not the devil, it's not a bad thing. It's lovely, and it's possible to get what you want if you want long 4C hair. I see a lot of conversation where people are struggling with internalized racism with it and texturism and things like that. And I don't think anybody deserves to feel that way about themselves. And I also don't think that long hair is the justification that you need to love 4C hair. It's perfect at every length. It's perfect whether you have fine hair or thick strands or high density or low density. It's just nice. It's good hair. But in a way that's not trying to make it something else. I think I just want to show that it can be fairly simple, if a little bit tedious, but there's ways to go about it that won't break your hair off, won't cause undue distress, and there's ways to work with your hair rather than fighting it to make it become something that it isn't. It doesn't need to be. So that's an hour. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, that's fine with me. It's snowing outside anyway. I also am trying to do a few live streams occasionally just because I want to make it very clear that you don't need magic to grow 4C hair. You don't need a magic hair growth oil to put on your scalp or a magic mystical solution because our hair's fine. Um, I did this without any sort of miracle product or anything honestly super special. I found what works for me, and it might not work for everybody, but this works for me, and it's really straightforward. And it isn't a thing of, oh, well, I found this new thing, and I definitely need to run and go buy this new thing, and I need to have a ton of money just to be able to do this thing for myself that I wanted to accomplish, because that's not really it. Um, I will say that for me, it is a matter of effort. And I know it's not always just a matter of effort or patience or doing good enough or trying hard enough per se. It's some people have medical conditions, some people have a lot of stress or not a lot of time. So this isn't the kind of thing where, oh, if you're not growing your hair out, then you're not doing it right. That's ridiculous. And we're all just people trying our best. But this is what I can do with what I have. And I do want to go against the conversation that it is just genetics because for the longest time, I didn't even know my hair could grow past my shoulders. To me, especially as a kid, shoulder length hair was long hair, and I was so excited about it. But because I thought that was the longest that black hair could get, especially black hair like mine. And then I went on good old YouTube University and I found other people with natural hair. And I didn't know what my natural hair texture was, I'd never really seen it. My mom permed my hair when I was 3 years old. I might have been two, actually, 2 or 3, because it was too much for her to deal with. And I grew up wearing lots of extensions somehow as a child and had the ideas that straight long hair was superior for some god awful reason. We all know the reason. But it's not. And my hair very clearly does not stop growing at shoulder length. I don't actually know what the terminal length of it was, but at the time when I thought that, I had a relaxer and my hair just kept breaking off. And not only was it breaking it off, for some god awful reason, I was getting a trim every 6 weeks. What are we trimming every 6 weeks if hair only grows 4 to 6 inches a year? That just doesn't make any sense. Unless you're trying to maintain a bob. And I remember as a kid, I spent like a year or two with just, as an adult, a bob that I really don't like. I thought it was really cute when I was a kid. And I don't hate it now, but I prefer at this point to have a faux bob and obviously not to have relaxed hair, personally. But yeah, I think it's just silly that we have had the idea that we're not good enough for so long that we don't even know that what we can do with our hair. Or every single time somebody succeeds, we're convinced it's magic. And it's not. I've been doing this for an hour, and this is the work. I've got 5. I've added the oil, the flaxseed gel. Oil, then the shea butter, then the flaxseed gel. And I'm just trying to distribute that through. Pretty sure this is an okay size for a twist. We're just being willy-nilly about it. Seesawing to separate those hairs. If there's any tangles, we stop. We take care of it gently. I think it's not like something where you have to love your hair 100% of the time and you have to never get impatient with it or never not like doing it because that's ridiculous. A lot of the times we even dislike doing things that we know we like to do, but we're just in a mood. But it's more so about showing up anyway, not putting on a performance. It's less about putting on a performance that you love to do the thing all the time and you're always so happy go lucky about it and it's never ever a problem for you. It's okay if you're having some trouble with it because that's what gets you through the wall of learning how to do it. It's okay if it's difficult for you. You're not bad because, oh no, you're having a bit of a hard time with it. It's okay to struggle. How on earth otherwise would you learn? It's also okay to have been in a position where you didn't really believe that you could do the things that you want to do as far as growing your hair out. Because, especially, I guess, as an American and as a 29-year-old American in the climate I grew up in, how would someone have known any better until they knew? The important thing is that you change your mind and you make up your mind and you resolve and you tell yourself that you can do the thing and that you'll be just fine. Because the time will pass anyway. And the thing that's challenging now will get easier. Like, personally, right now, tailbone length is freaking challenging. Like, I've never had tailbone length hair before. I don't necessarily know how to deal with this length. I have to spend maybe a year learning tailbone length, and if I'm lucky, I'll get to classic length, and then I have to learn that all over again. However, it's a cumulative knowledge, and you sort of build up to where you're going as you reach each checkpoint. So think of it sort of like a video game quest. Like, oh, I've beaten this boss, and now I've got to beat this boss. And if you have a setback, you can always come back because hair is always growing. This is gonna take an eon. But I know what I signed up for. I think one of the things when people have desires for long hair, they don't realize that it's still your hair. You're still gonna have 4C hair, it's still gonna take the same kind of work. for longer amounts of time. So if you don't love your hair when it's shorter, if you don't start learning to love it, then it's kind of hard to get it longer because the process of loving it is what gets you to your goal. Because the same hair that was up here is now right here on the ends. And that's the part that breaks off first if you don't pay attention to it. And I've heard that people's hair loosens and such things as it gets longer, but that is absolutely not the case for me. I do really, really enjoy long hair, but I really wear it truly dried, stretched, or flat iron maybe once, twice a year. Or if it's a flat iron, maybe none of the year. Depends. And some people are really successful by still pressing their hair regularly, but I am absolutely not that kind of person. I cannot get away with that. There's little coils on the ends. We're coiling each side in opposite directions and then coating it with more flaxseed gel. I feel like this is the most important part. I didn't invent this, but it definitely works. We have 6. I wonder how people manage to do their mini twists so fast. I don't know if it's a difference in hair length or if they blow dry first or what's going on, but I just think it's amazing how fast people can do their hair because I'm not fast. I'm a turtle. But that's what works for me. I think I can hear the snow truck going by outside. I really want to get my hair saturated because it is very dry. I'm gonna lie, it's very dry. One of the things I want to do for the rest of the winter is make sure to wear my hair under a wrap, a silk scarf, whatever to protect it from the cold. I'm going to take a little bit of the oil in my hands. And put it on the section. Wow, it's been an hour. I honestly feel like I'm making pretty good time for me. Starting the shea butter at the ends, working our way up. I'm actually really grateful that the signal is so good today with all of the snow, and hopefully it stays that way. Smoothing the shea butter down the section. Keeping the hair, like stretching it while you're working with it, keeps it from tangling up. And the shea butter also just sort of locks some of that into place to prevent it from tangling up. I'm so excited to have an entire head of mini twist again. I'm going to plug away at it until it's done, because eventually, no matter how long it takes, there's an end. I have a finite head. So, here we go. I don't know what it is. I feel like just the texture of hair is just so pleasant. I don't know if I'm just a weirdo or what. Probably a little bit of a weirdo. There's a shed of hair stuck in here, so I'm just going to take that out. Got it. Now this needs to be split in half. The parting is when you get the most breakage. So I'm just making sure to part my hair really carefully and gently and try not to break hairs while I'm parting. And I shouldn't say you, I say for me, the parting is when I get the most breakage because my only experience is with my own hair. So just parting this section, splitting it down the middle best I can, and then we're going to twist one half of this. Just going down the middle here. I'm hoping that the connection is stable. Seems pretty stable, but if you're watching, have you been watching any new shows lately or anything like that while you're doing your hair or just in general? Go. Oh, it's only showing me top chat. That's very strange. Live chat. That should at least help a little bit. I'm just getting those shed hairs as I go down off of my hands as much as I can so I'm not reintroducing them back into my hair. Giving this section, just making sure it's very detangled. And then I'm just going to split it down the middle. Once again, trying to make sure those sides are really even. If not, you have a twist that has sort of a rung that's bigger and a rung that's smaller, and then it alternates. To prevent that, you want them to be fairly even size. Gonna add a little bit more flaxseed gel to the bottom. I'm not sure if I'll run out of flaxseed gel in this video, but I can always make more. I only made a little bit for right now. So. I know that when my hair was around bra strap length, twists would take a much shorter amount of time. And back then I was like, oh my god, I've been doing this for 4 hours. And I was so frustrated and so upset. And it's just like, oh man, that is definitely something that you're going to miss later on. 4 hours. Must be nice. But to me back then, that was a lot of time to spend. Probably do this for about 2 hours and then see what happens after that. I really miss summertime. I miss strawberries and all the flowers and it actually being warm outside. Maybe I'll go to the park in the snow and see how that is. And build a snowman. Oh, it's still gonna do this one. Make sure I detangle this down to the end. This section is a little bit more tangled than the other ones have been, so it's just gonna take a little bit more time. But I wonder if anybody, and I'm not sure how to do this, but it'd be nice at some point to do like a Discord watch party of a show and just sort of have a hair party where everybody does whatever they're doing with their hair and we just hang out and comment on the show and have a good time. But I've never done anything like that before, so I think I would have to go join one to see how it works first and then work that out from there. Also would have to create a new Discord account. Oh, there's a shed hair in here that needs to come out. The time really does fly. Because of the snowstorm, I'm pretty sure I've missed all of the meteor showers in January. Although I think there's only one, at least in the northern hemisphere. But I know once it starts warming up, we should be able to have a nice meteor shower in April. I think that one's called the Ed Awkwards. You can go out and enjoy it without absolutely freezing. For the most part, it's still pretty cold at night in April. Where I live, it's still snowing, so. One of the things I worry about when I make videos is if I'm too soft-spoken or if my personality is not like bubbly enough or like peoply enough. But then I realize some people are also like me and they might just want to hang out and have like really chill, low-key time. So that's okay. It's okay if I'm a bit quiet and reserved and gentle. Hello. Just doing mini twist on fine 4C hair and doing my best. If you're here watching, how was your day? How are you doing? Do you have any questions? I'm just here mini twisting my hair with oil, shea butter, and flaxseed gel. I'm just getting it done while we have this blizzard. Just having a really gentle time over here, and yeah. Sometimes when I'm sitting doing the mini twist, I have to remember to keep my back straight, which is darn near impossible. But I think the thing that I feel the most is that my back starts burning. My arms are rock solid at this point now, but I notice I get more back pain when I'm doing my hair. I probably should use something that is not a stool to do my hair, and that would probably give me a little bit of back support. But I love seeing the memes where it's just the lady after she does her natural hair and she's like super buff. Because I'm definitely that person. Just doing my best not to rush or try to make it go faster than it does. And this is just supposed to be, in a way, a Q&A and evidence of the work. I'm so excited to have this all done at some point, but that day probably ain't the end of today because, let's see, I've got about a quarter of the front of my head done in an hour and a half. So probably seeing the cogs in my brain burning, trying to put everything together. That's 6 hours per quadrant if we're lucky. When we take that 6 hours per quadrant and times it by 4. So we'll have 20, this should take 24 hours total if we're being generous. Definitely being generous. And 24 hours ain't half bad. I wonder if I could finish a quarter of this in one live stream and then go, or not really sure I'm gonna call it quits, but a time lapse of doing mini twists would be a really fun thing to do, but I don't know where on earth to get that much storage to shoot that much footage. At some point, it'd be really good to get a camera for this. But yeah. Just gonna keep doing what we gotta do. Gonna add the oil. Smooth that up the section. Then add the shea butter. Start at the bottom, smooth that up the section. Now the flaxseed gel. Hello. Just doing my hair and getting through some mini twists while we're in the blizzard. If you have any questions, you can just let me know. I'll be here for a while. But yeah. I have to remove quite a lot of shed hairs, but some of them like to tangle up with the other hairs. Just a little bit frustrating. There we go. Got it. I wonder how the people more southern than me are doing in this massive snowstorm, or if it has stopped snowing for them already, or if it's still going. Oh, there's a hair trapped that I need to get out from another twist. After this, I'm going to take a break after this live stream and make myself some, what is it, sukiyaki? I'm using glass noodles and then shaved beef and veggies. And I put purple sweet potato in it this time. It's kind of like the texture of it. And it turns the broth purple, but it's perfect snowy weather food. And I've been watching True Beauty on Netflix lately. Yeah, just finished Shira and wanted to watch something after that. I still have the subscription, and that show is stressing me out. Like, I feel so bad for these kids. I don't know why Korean shows just like, oh, yeah, we're gonna make the kids suffer. And it's just, oh, okay, maybe don't do that. I feel really bad. And the infamous moment of somebody always getting, spoilers. If you want to watch True Beauty, don't listen to this part. But somebody's always getting hit by a freaking car in K dramas. I also have been watching My Happy Marriage, which is like a sweet, very sweet anime, but also with demons, I guess. The people with magical powers, and it's not at all what I expected to be in the show. That's pretty good. I'm almost done with what they have available in that show as well. My favorite one that I've been watching recently was Sakamoto Days, and it's about a retired assassin who has to come back out after he's put on a bounty list and people start watching out for him. And it's a comedy. It's very dark and gory and bloody, but I'm hoping that it's a good guys win in the end kind of dark comedy. It has a lot of really wholesome moments. So. Oh, there's a little tangle. Just take care of that. Okay. Sometimes I like to add a little bit more shea butter as I'm going down, just to make sure everything gets locked in. Tonight's probably a great night to watch The Day After Tomorrow again. Or maybe a terrible night. Who knows? But they have it for free on YouTube Movies now, which is pretty nice. I've really been liking watching It's Literally the End of the World and dystopian movies, and I've been liking reading dystopian books. I would really like to watch The Handmaid's Tale, but I think you have to get Hulu for that. My hands used to hurt when I did this before, and now my hands are just very strong. So I think as your hair grows out, you end up building a bunch of mental and physical resilience and resistance to doing the same repetitive motions. Hello. Getting into the swing of it now, I hope. after an hour and a half. I really am speeding through this though. I'm really proud of myself. I know that these are going to look nice when they're done. So when they are done, I will either post a short video of them or put them in the community tab as a little post. And then one of the things that could come after this is a few different mini twist styles. So I think I have some fun, unconventional ones. Just twisting the ends to opposite sides. And then getting some flaxseed gel through everybody. Layer some more ends. Alrighty. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Open. I feel like doing mini twists on lives is a slightly insane thing to be doing because I know that this is going to take a really long time. And I know that I'm not going to be doing this to the very end, but if I did, probably be a little bit funny. Maybe that's something I'll try down the line. Like an 8-hour live stream of getting twists done. I would really like a rubber in the future. Because I would like trying to wear my hair blown out a little bit more often, but without heat. Here we go. Is this one twist or two? No, I think it has to be two. being careful at the root to make sure that I'm not getting hairs from other sections. I'm making sure I can twist down and have everything incorporated. I really do not like when there are like single hairs sticking out of my mini twists. Hmm. Hello. Just sitting and doing a million mini twists basically while it storms outside. Three, 6, 9, 10. 10 for basically an hour and 45 minutes. See how much we have. At the end, out of a bit of curiosity, I'm gonna go and figure out how many twists I do per hour. I'm just getting a knot out quickly. I found just now. Wasn't a bad one, it was just from a shed hair. Once you get towards the end and you start running out of hair, you just coil the bottoms opposite from each other and leave them split so that way when you go to take down the mini twist, there's less tangling and you don't have to fight with your ends in order to get them down. And the flaxseed gel should help a lot with tangling, always adding a little bit extra to the ends. All of my hair, the rest of my hair is in a bun after being washed, and it's currently got no product in it, and I was thinking about taking everything down and doing chunkier twists than this, but I really want mini twists right now, so that's what we're getting. But we'll say 4C hair and mini twists forms really nicely. Right now it's kind of white because the product isn't dried yet, but it really hugs itself well with mini twist and doesn't make for very loose twists, which was nice. Going one forward and one back. Extra flaxseed gel. Maybe if I have the resolve, I'll just finish this front quarter section. Because this looks to be all we have left in this area, which is a lot. So it's probably just double the time, but that's okay. And then I'll go off and keep twisting on my own. But I can do this. It's a little bit of effort in order to get what I want, and I know that it takes work. And I'm trying to get to classic length, and I know that this is what does it. I also need my hair up and away for when I'm stressed out like this, So this is a protective measure, not just a protective style. God, that's a corny joke. Just cutting a knot out. One of the things I really, really would love to have are fancy, like, $200 hair shears with a nice razor sharp edge. It'd be really great to have the funds to be able to go get it sharpened. Um, Go get my hair scissors sharpened and have them be of a nice enough quality for them to be worth being sharpened. So I think that is one of my goals, to be able to afford really nice hair scissors. So I don't have to worry, oh, do I need to replace my scissors? Are they getting too dull? Or even maybe learn how to sharpen them myself. I'm just undoing some of those twists that I had that aren't mini twisted yet, just to get things organized for what I'm doing next. When I uncoil those, I'm being careful and just unreeling them, sort of in this kind of motion. I wonder how other people go about doing the mini twists. I've seen videos about it, but they're sort of fast and polished. So I wonder exactly how much time others take to do their hair. Like just regular people. And I wonder what is the limit for some people to decide if it's a reasonable amount of effort or an unreasonable amount of effort. And if that determination would change people's minds about what length of hair they want based on the time and effort it would require. I'm also wondering at what point will my hair be too long for me and I will decide to cut it back. Like, I wonder, is tailbone length the length that I want? Is that going to also be my terminal length? Is classic length the amount of hair that I want? And will I have enough patience to do it at that length? Because currently my goal is classic length. But if I got to thigh or knee or somehow as a genetic miracle at that point, the floor, I wonder what my psychological limits would be with growing out hair. But I got this far, and I honestly was hoping to get to waist length and plugging away and working hard at it, and felt like it wasn't something that was like normal or even something that might not be possible, but I worked away at it anyway, and now significantly past waist length, and so maybe I shouldn't doubt myself and just keep going, see what happens. I just have to be really careful taking these down just because a lot of the hairs are overlapping through sections just because I did wash my hair for these twists. So I noticed that after using the Garnier Fructis Triple Nutrition in my last video, the hair wash day video, that's definitely the conditioner that I will be using regularly, at least on the lengths, most of the lengths of my hair. For conditioning purposes, it feels a lot softer, even without anything in it, and a lot more conditioned. So I think I do still prefer Garnier over Aussie, and I'll be sticking to doing that. As long as I don't develop any more allergies to Garnier. I was really excited to see amyl dimethicone and dimethicone in the ingredients list because I found that my hair does actually really like silicones. So I saw somebody commenting on Reddit, I forget their username, but about the Garnier silicone. I think it's the Sleek and Shine leave-in synthetic oil, and I actually really want to try that because they said it helps with fairy nuts, and I'll take anything that helps with fairy nuts. But maybe if I do buy it, I could try it out on just a small section of hair. Oh, we're almost at 2 hours. Oh boy. Oh, one of the shows I really loved watching that I might watch some more of while I do my mini twist was Blood and Water. And I know it came out a couple of years ago, but the reason I love doing twists while watching it is because the girls in the show have such pretty braids. And I find it really motivating. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna braid my hair too. Try to be really careful when twisting my hair because one of the cumulative types of damage that you can get on your hair is torsion damage, and that's from the hair itself twisting like this. But thankfully, my hair is naturally twisty, and I try not to, when I say I'm twisting firmly, I'm not doing it in a way that's damaging, hopefully. Well, from seeing from my hair length, I'm doing a pretty good job. But anyway. Alright, from this fluff section is the rest I have to do in order to be done with a quarter of my hair. This is what we have done so far. Just show you my scalp like that. So maybe I'll be done in the next 2 hours with the front section, and then I can go be a person with a life. I think I'm gonna do the front half of my hair first. I might just stay up all night doing the front of my hair, and then tomorrow do the back of my hair. But I'm not sure it's extremely useful to me or anybody else to live stream the entire process. Also, I think that's a slightly unhinged thing to do. I really would like to get myself some new silk scrunchies this year, only because the ones I have are very old and very stretched out. They still do their job, but I hate to say it, I'd like some slightly more aesthetically pleasing ones. Even though I'd still probably just use the stretched out ones until their inevitable death. Hello. this is the rest that I have to do. Let's see. So these sections are next, and then this I will put up into a little bun. See if we can get that finished during this live stream. Determination. If you have any questions, you can just let me know. I am currently just doing mini twist on my tailbone length 4C hair. I have a ton of layers, so this is what the shortest layer looks like in a twist, at least. It's about to my belly button now. When it's loose, I'm using water. I usually use aloe vera juice, but I forgot to put it in the spray bottle today. So we've got water, some olive oil with cloves in it, and just because I like the smell of the cloves and it's winter time, so it feels cozy. But we spray a section first and smooth the water down. And it's gonna allow it to start shrinking up and also just make it more easy to manipulate without causing breakage. Then add just a little bit of oil. Just a few drops is enough because we're going to use shea butter. And then smooth that from the ends up the section. And then we're going to use shea butter. And the oil is going to help the shea butter be easier to move around. We're just going to warm it up in my hands. Start at the ends. Oops. And then go up the section. We're not rubbing it into our roots or anything like that. But we're going to get enough that the hair aligns. If I find any shed hairs on my hand, I'm just taking those off so those don't get popped up into the section. All of the twists aren't going to be perfectly even. I'm just going for the general same size. I think I need a little bit more water. Keep going. Oh God, the world is crazy currently. Here we go. Just adding a little bit more shea butter, and now I'm going to add my homemade flaxseed gel, which is extra super duper goopy today. Start at the ends, work our way up, get everything encapsulated, any loose hairs, anything like that. I'm going to split this section down into two. Actually, we'll see. I don't know if it needs to be two or one. Just going to make sure that all of the hairs that need to go in it are in it, and any of the hairs that don't. And a nice clean parting. Oh yeah, the section's going to be too big. Okay. So I'm going to just finger detangle this a little bit. I honestly wonder if I can do this part in just 4 hours, but we'll see. I'm nothing if not patient. And it's just doing the seesawing motion to remove any shed hairs and also focus and get out any knots that are in there before we do the twist. I feel like learning how to do my hair is giving me much better dexterity. There's a little knot here, so I'm just gonna cut that one out. I have to remember to slow down. Sometimes I get impatient and I start speeding up, and that's when hairs start breaking, and it's just like, we're not doing that. The point is not speed or necessarily comfort. The point is to protect my hair, and I'm gonna learn how to take comfort in how slow it's gonna have to go. So I'm not breaking it off. Add a little bit more water. Could always spray it with the aloe vera juice once I'm done. Using the seesaw motion just to get hairs out without causing as much breakage. It's funny how repetitive and simple this is. It's a matter of time and willingness to plug away at it. And then over time, the more you do your twists, the better your twist will be. With this much repetition, anyway, you definitely get the hang of it pretty quickly. I see lots of videos where I'm not sure if it's because they have a looser hair texture, but where they do their mini twists and they take such a short amount of time. And I'm like, wow. But I feel like I can end up getting discouraged looking and going, well, why is it taking me forever? And this is absolutely impossible, but if you keep going, it gets done. And I definitely am not a person to style my hair every day. I like really low manipulation styles. I'll set it in the style and then leave it for a while, unintentionally riding. But we'll make sure to wash my hair in between and redo anything that seems like it's matting or is frizzing up too much, because that defeats the purpose of a protective style if I leave it in a way where it's causing damage. So I know that the key for me is work. Just getting any little tangles out. I feel like if I could somehow fully detangle my hair and it could stay fully detangled the whole time, the process would be shorter, but that's literally impossible for me. So that's completely fine. You can get used to almost anything. I wish there were more seasons available already of Sakamoto Days, because I would really just like some good silly anime. I don't know if anybody has any recommendations, but I love a good goofy silly thing to watch where the good guys always win in the end and friendship is magic and for a show about catching serial killers and assassination associations, it's quite wholesome. Just gonna clip that one out. What else? Oh, there are things that I would like to change about the way that I've been treating my hair recently, just so that I can get past tailbone length and have it be really healthy. Because I know it works, I just need to do what works. So I do need to make sure that I'm doing mini twists more often this year. Um, and I do want to make sure, oh, I feel hair that's not in the right place. Go over there. Um, I want to make sure that I wear my silk scarf more often throughout the winter, and I stop going out with my head uncovered this winter because I don't have anything to do. So I need to do what I'm supposed to do, which is basically keeping my head covered in a silk scarf with cotton one on top because that helps make sort of a barrier where it's warm inside where my hair is happy versus outside in, I don't know, real feel negative 14-degree weather. So kind of has the sensation of going down a slide when you're a kid. Like part of me is like, yay! But the other part of me really wants some fruit and to stop. But patience is a virtue and a skill. So if I plug away at it, then I'll keep getting better at being patient. I read something pretty neat and it was like a Pinterest screenshot, so I don't actually know where the quote came from. But somebody said that the greatest potential you have for change is when you feel the most resistant to it. So when you feel like this is literally so hard and you're banging up against the wall of either patience or skill, and you just like, I don't know if I can do this, I don't know if I want to do this. Not wanting to do it is totally valid, but if you want to get over that wall and get to where you're going, you have to push through it because that is when your brain learns how to form habits most. It's the most potential that you have for learning. So, what they said is it's an explosive opportunity when you're at your moment of your most discomfort and the thing is the hardest that you're trying to learn how to do. And right now, this has happened maybe twice since the last time I've shaved my head, where I hit that wall and I was just like, I don't know how the heck I'm supposed to get through this or to spend this many hours doing something. I'm not sure if I want to do this. And I feel like this time I'm definitely getting there again at tailbone length. But I ain't gonna get where I'm going if I stay at that wall and just stare at it. So just gonna keep doing the work until the work is second nature. Wow, 2 hours and 15 minutes. It's funny to see an actual counter going by from the first twist. Like it's entertaining in a way because it's like I never really see a timer going off while I'm doing this. So it's interesting to see how long it takes. And I feel like a little bit of pride for becoming somebody that can stick through the effort. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not bad. I'm becoming just as corny as my dad was, and it's a little bit frustrating. but I also like it. So I'm gonna take a spray bottle, spray the section with water again, get it all nice and shrinky. But like, it feels so good to see the part that I need to do shrinking, even though like, it's still got, what is it, 7/8 of my hair to do. That's alrighty. If I can't be okay with that, then I might as well just cut my hair. So I'm certainly not gonna do that. Just gonna do what I gotta do. Although my tailbone has gone numb, so that's fun. I feel like sitting up a little bit helps. I feel like when you're not paying attention and you're just sitting, twisting your hair, your butt like slides down the chair, and you're like, oh, why am I in pain? Just like, you're not even sitting like a person anymore. I don't know if anybody else does that. But sometimes I just like to do my hair on my bedroom floor as well, but I have carpet and I don't like essentially having to lay down a freaking tarp, like a blanket, to make sure I'm not getting shea butter and oil all over the carpet because it is a very light colored carpet. I also have to be really careful to sweep up after I'm done because I simply do not like playing is it a bug or is it a shed hair in the middle of the night? And I'm just looking at it and I don't have my glasses on and it's just, I can't tell what that is on my floor. Is it a spoder? And it's usually just a hair. Because it shrinks up in that way, it's just, are you gonna bite me or did you come for me? You would think you wouldn't see such big spiders in the winter, but that's not the case. The more I progress, the loopier I'm probably going to get, which is probably great for anybody watching because it's a lot more entertaining. But it's a thing where I just slowly lose my mind. But it's a hell of a lot better than losing my mind doom scrolling. The doom will be there when I'm done twisting, I'm sure. The doom ain't going nowhere. And right now I've got stuff to do. Anyway, this is the definition I can get from the flaxseed gel. Just going more in to show you on soaking wet hair and then all of that goodness shrink up later. So split this in two and then see if we need to split it in two again, doing the seesawing motion to separate the hairs, holding the ends as we go down to prevent more tangling. Definitely going to split this in two again. Oh, the new Animal Crossing DLC came out, and I really want to play it, but I haven't had like the attention span for it because I've been emotionally exhausted from the news. But I'm so excited that we got a new video game update from that recently. Alright, this one's gonna be maybe a bit tiny, but I could probably split that just a bit bigger. Alright, we've got this. Sometimes I have to remind myself, like, You can do this. I know you're tired. I know you're emotionally exhausted. I know you've seen some crap that nobody should have to see. I know we've all been seeing some crap, but you got this. You still have to take care of yourself while the world is on fire. And then you go out and you call your representatives and you do what you gotta do. Even if they're not listening, you know what? It might be a little bit fun to just actually finally be able to speak your mind to somebody that should be listening. But anyway, it's crazy how hard it is right now to keep your mind off of the bad, but that's because the bad needs our attention. You also have to take breaks. I really like the way the black tea inside the flaxseed gel smells. Like, I don't know, smelling like black tea just is great for me. I use it's Earl Grey bergamot black tea, and I infuse the tea leaves into the flaxseed gel. And like, I wish more natural hair products were scented like tea. If you hear something, my walls are really thin, and I'm pretty sure my neighbors are in the hallway chilling, so. It's, I'm sorry. Every time I see how long it takes to get down one twist, it is genuinely comical to me. Like, I had to learn how to laugh, otherwise I would have given into the frustration a long time ago, and now I've learned how to entertain myself instead of getting frustrated. But, like, completely aware this is a little bit ridiculous. But I want ridiculously long hair, so I gotta do some ridiculous things. Which is, I don't know, effort. Here we go. I've got that god awful seagull song stuck in my head. One from a couple years ago, Fiona. But I don't know, I thought it'd be maybe a little bit interesting to show the process that I go through twisting my hair while I'm dealing with my phone breaking, because I've been filming on my S9 that I got January 2020. And I know these things don't last forever, but planned obsolescence really pisses me off. And I know it's lasting a lot longer than a lot of phones would, but I think it's time now. And then I went to look into trade in the device and how much I could get for it, and I waited so long that the trade in value was like $2, if that. So I think I'm just gonna get a refurbished phone and keep this one as a relic, I guess. And maybe at some point I'll have it recycled. But I love my S9. I'm wondering what newfangled features people have on their phones now, because I'm completely lost in the sauce. I'm just twirling the ends separately and then adding extra flaxseed gel to those ends so that they stay protected. And then whatever's left on my hands, I smooth it up through the section that I've already done. I love mini twists so much. Like, it's part of the thing when you do your hair and it takes like maybe 12 to 24 hours is you start going through stages of grief and like getting a little bit loopsy. And then once you're done losing your mind, you sort of just ascend to a state of bliss. Kind of like when you go running and your legs just go numb after a while, so you feel like you're floating, but really, like, your legs have just come, I'm done with you and I'm disassociating myself from this body. Thanks, bye. Um, but eventually, everything just becomes really pleasant because your brain just checks out and just like, you know what, I don't even have the energy to be frustrated with you anymore. And it's like, good. So, mini twisting my hair and getting progressively more unhinged as we go. Oh, I need to see, there is a hair here, you can't see it, that is connected to the back section. And if I try to pull it, it's either going to break, it's just going to break, basically. So I have to undo one of the twists from the back just to save that singular hair, and that is what we do to keep all the hairs on our head after doing this a million times. Because if you don't, all of that hair adds up. Try to be careful. Try to slow down when undoing twists. Just pulling them apart, even though it's tempting, is never worth it. So we're gonna get that hair and loosen up that section. See if we can get it out without breaking it. There we go. We're going on 2.5 hours. But it's not nothing. So got this. I can do hard things. Here we go. Keep going. Just clipping off one of those knots. Making sure those sections are separate. Let's just check if this hair belongs here or not. I've gotten really good at feeling for what I need with my hands because I don't have a 3-ring mirror or anything like that. But when you use your hands to do your hair a lot, eventually, you know exactly what to feel for. You know when there's a single hair out of place or anything like that. I'm gonna add a little bit more shea butter. And twist all the way down that section. I cannot wait to have sukiyaki. Hopefully, if I keep doing this and I do them back to back to back and wear the twists themselves up in a low tension style. Also, none of these twists are tight to the scalp or anything like that. But if I keep my hair protected, maybe in June I will see a significant difference and see if I have retained 3 inches by then. Should be at least 2 to 3 inches. Work now, party later. By party, I mean wear my hair down later. I feel like once I get this far in, it feels like I can actually do it. Because sometimes I'm just sitting there staring at it like, that, that's gonna take a really long time. Am I sure I want to go through all? But here we are, doing the thing. I'm trying to keep these ends smooth, so as I'm going down, everything is being smooth flat to make sure that it doesn't tangle up inside of the twist. And the products that I'm using, the shea butter, the olive oil, and the flaxseed gel, help to freeze the hairs in place all the way throughout. I've seen people put that just on the ends of their hair, but for me, I want to keep the entire length of my hair protected while I'm in a style. And while the ends are more prone to breakage, I think if it's helping the ends, might as well help all my hair at the same time. And thankfully, that keeps my mini twist intact for longer. The reason I use these things is mainly to protect my hair. I don't think that they make my hair grow faster, and it's nothing about putting um, the oil or the shea butter or the flaxseed gel on the roots or the scalp of my hair. Um, the scalp of my hair. Ugh. My scalp that does anything magical or makes it grow. For growing hair, try to make sure that I'm not vitamin deficient, that I'm getting enough protein, and that I eat lots of good for me foods in other ways. Because if my body is healthy, then it's probably doing a better job at producing hair than it would be if I didn't take care of it. So I try to eat high antioxidant foods and things like that. Right now, one of my favorite high antioxidant foods, which is basically a silly way to say fruits, vegetables, um, is purple sweet potatoes since it's winter. And I just like to pop one of them right in the toaster oven. And it's entertaining to eat because I didn't even know we could get sweet potatoes that are like bright jewel toned purple. And they taste so good. Like, so, it sounds silly, but I get so excited about fruits and veggies and seasonal things that come along. And I think I just like to eat. So I'm just entertaining myself by having a new fruit or vegetable, and those purple sweet potatoes are so good. Like, 10 out of 10 recommend. Oh no, it's silly goose o'clock. Just make sure the part is even. Here we go. These are a little bit smaller than I intended, but perfect ain't the point. So I'll even them back out with the other ones as I do the ones that are up higher. When I twist, I'm trying not to touch my nails to the hair sections itself or cuticles or anything like that since it is winter and nails tend to snag on everything this time of year. So I try to use the pads of my fingers, and I don't know if you can see this. This part, like I twist with my knuckles in a way. I don't know if that makes any sense. And if I keep my hair away from my nails, I think I have a better chance of not breaking the hairs. But I wear my nails short and unpolished anyway, so don't really have to worry about the nail polish flaking or nails breaking in my hair as much. Short nails can still sort of tear and break. One of the best things I like to have around while I do my hair is a pair of nail clippers, just so that if something does snag, I stop and I clip that nail and then I move on. I know some people like to do mini braids, but I find small braids tangle like crazy for me. And I know that's the case with mini twists for other people, so once you find the thing, stick to the thing. Very much a believer in if it ain't broke. Adding more flaxseed gel to the ends and then a bit of more shea butter to lock the shape in place. It prevents the flaxseed gel from flaking as well and keeps everything soft and everything dries nice and clear. So, getting to the end. It's starting to look like mini twist. It's beginning to look a lot like mini twist. To be honest with you, once I get through this, these mini twists are probably staying in for a month. But I am going to wash my hair and mini twist in between, and I will probably do a video about that. Oh, stop trying to go. I should probably take off this little bed jacket just because it's got lace on it. I find one of the best ways to do my hair is to not have anything in the way up top, whether you're wearing something strapless or to be really straightforward, not wearing a shirt. It's better because your hair is not coming into contact with your clothes, which means less lint is getting into your hair and there's just less friction overall. So let me just at least take the lacy thing down. To reveal more lace. Uh-oh. Okay. I'm actually really proud that I'm getting through this, alright. Like, I know I could do it, but like, I could usually have a movie or something on. Guess I'm just entertaining myself. No, just spraying with water. Saturating the section. I am doing my mini twist out of chunky twists because it's easier to do it starting from any form of slightly stretched hair, even if you are just going to wet the sections and have them shrink up again. And that is because with 4C hair is going to shrink like this, and it's going to be much harder to separate it and keep everything aligned and organized. So I highly recommend starting your mini twist out already organized into chunky twist. It just makes everything a lot more bite-sized, and if you have to stop in the middle for whatever reason, the rest of your hair isn't free and left to mat up. So oh man. Good. We're fine. It's only 2 minutes. 2 hours and 42 minutes. What's the big deal? This is totally fine. We're fine. Oh man. I just want ice cream. I shouldn't even be having ice cream, but I want ice cream. Or a snow cone. I haven't had a snow cone in forever. Like a grape flavored snow cone would be great. Because that's the best flavor. I wonder if there's a way to make it at home with like a normal freezer without buying a bunch of stuff. I don't think I've had a snow cone since I was an actual literal child. I'm just taking a knot out. Or a shed hair out that's really in there. Please come out. It's just really important that the section is completely detangled, so I just gotta slow down, do what I gotta do. Going fast is not the point. Mm. Okie dokie. A little bit of oil. Smooth it down the section. Shea butter. Warm it up in my hands. Smooth it down the section again. It's feeling like it's drying out a little bit, so I'm gonna add some more water. Now I'm just gonna get some more flaxseed gel and add a generous amount. Smooth that up the section. Now I'll split that in two and make a twist. Something funky's going on. Oh, okay, I got it. It's less funky now. I hate fairy knots so much. This is why we're putting in the mini twist to prevent these suckers. Okay, that's separate. I wish this would not fall down so much. And now I'm just gonna twist to the bottom. If you have any questions, you can just let me know and then try to answer them to the best of my ability. But yeah, this is what we're doing. My back really hurts now. Wonder if anybody's doing endurance exercises for right between their shoulder blades for almost 3 hours straight. Or if that's just me. But by the end of this year, my back's going to be really chiseled again, so good for me. Here we go. Beep, 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 beep. Boop, boop, boop. Wonder if I call JT Frontware, give me 877 here done now. Sorry. I'm gonna get through this quarter of my hair in this video. I thought about just doing an hour or two, but I'm gonna finish the whole quarter. I'm determined and I'm gonna win. I'm out here competing against myself. There is a shed hair stuck. Weave of the... Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. But there was a shed hair stuck up inside the twist, and usually the best thing to do is twist all of the hair until there's no more to twist, and then just cut that shed hair and meet it where it wants to end. And then when you take the twist down, remove it completely then. Because if you pull it, like I just did, being impatient, and I always say not to do that, that shed hair is going to snap with another hair inside of the twist, if that makes sense. So don't do that. Now we're just coiling one side forward and one side opposite, adding the extra flaxseed gel, and then we'll move on to the next twist. You're going to get a quarter of this hair done on a live stream. Determined. And maybe one day I'll be able to do the whole thing on a live stream, but that is actually a nuts thing to do, so we'll see. How many have I got so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 in nearly 3 hours. You know what? This sucker's gonna be just one, I think. It's fine. Getting the section saturated with water. Smoothing that water up. Hello. Adding a little bit of oil. Then bringing the oil up. Right, shea butter. And smoothing the shea butter up the section. Shrinkage just nuts. Like, I understand that the mini twist are stretched hair, but it's still, like, it's quite a lot. And then if I weren't stretching it in mini twist, it'd be a lot more shrinky. But I feel like the shrinkage makes the mini twist just look so much better. Like, they look fuller, and I've seen this word used before and it's a little bit funny, but they definitely do look juicier. So. Okay, got this. Just gonna keep going. There's a shed here. Gonna take that out. Making sure this is pretty finger detangled. Oh yeah, I needed to make sure I got this other side. Glad I double checked. A lot of the times, separating the hair like this can help it from being bunched up, and then you can easily sort of melt the tangles out that way. This is also a weirdly good combination for detangling. So, thankfully, because it's just basically DIY stuff and just straight up butter, one of the reasons I do this is not necessarily because it's natural or homemade or that I think that's better. It's because nobody can change the formula on me. I always know what to expect because shea butter is shea butter, oil is oil, and I always make my own flaxseed gel. So I know exactly what consistencies I'm getting, and it's not suddenly going to be a thing where it's marketed as less heavy for different curl types, or they do the thing to make number go up by constantly changing something and newing and improving it and actually destroying the whole product. I might go back to using a leave-in conditioner occasionally, but really the answer to that problem is do this more consistently and I won't need one. I'm gonna do what I got to. I really don't like that products are so consistently changing. Because once you find what works for you, all of a sudden it could be turned on its head and then you gotta find something new. As evidenced by my previous little talk about my cell phone, I'm not really a fan of changing things just to change them. Okay, we just keep going and get it done. I don't know if you ever just sit and literally say encouraging things to yourself to get yourself through doing mini twists, but I definitely do. And it helps a lot just to hear from myself that I can do it. And I don't just do it like surrounding my hair. I kind of do it in everyday life because I know I'm a very anxious person. I know I can get timid and want to give up on stuff. So I just tell myself what I need to hear. Because I know negative self talk is so normalized, but sometimes you just have to be like, you can do it. I got you. I got your back. It's a lot more useful than hearing from yourself that you're not capable of something or just being downright mean. It's just, I'm my friend and I'm here. And me, myself, and I are gonna get through these ding dang mini twists. We've done it before and we'll do it again. Oh, but this one's like extra fun. It's like a nice texture. Ooh, and then I can do French twists much more easily. I love doing French twists. So that's the benefit of getting done with this. I forgot about the French twist. I've been doing it with a ribbon sometimes. And that's kind of a fun look. Which could make a small tutorial about making a French twist with a ribbon. And a lot of the times I've just been putting my hair up with one of those Stabilo pens because I find that they have the least seams out of all the pens that I own. Or a dip pen. Like my calligraphy dip pen slides really nicely into my hair. I would like to get a real hair stick at some point, and there's one I had my eye on with willow in it. Like it's resin and willow, but when I can get it, I'll be happy. And in the meantime, I can wait. Because if you get everything exactly when you want it, you never really do appreciate it anyway, so I can wait. And then I'll cherish it when I can afford it. Some of the other hair tools I would like to get are some more silk ribbons and things like that. The same thing has happened before, where one of those shed hairs is trying to make a break for it, and that's cool, but we already started twisting, and I'm not undoing every twist this happens with. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get to the bottom, and I'm going to trim that sucker to match, and then when it's time for it to come out, that's when it's time for it to come out. But not before. So I'm just going to cut that. And keep going. Oh, we're past 3 hours. Okay, it's 3 minutes. Minutes. It's only been 3 minutes. It's 3 hours and 3 minutes. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh, that's not enough for 3 hours, 17 twists. It's fine. We got this. Just gonna go until we're done with the quarter of the head. And then I'm gonna go eat snacks. Okay, this section is gonna be 2. Hello. If you have any questions, you can just let me know. I'm just currently doing mini twist on my tailbone length 4C hair. I have fine hair, high density. And I'm just having fun suffering doing this for however many hours it's going to take me to get a quarter of my hair done. This video was going to be a sort of Q&A, so if you have any questions, you can let me know. And next time I ask you Q&A, I won't do it as a live stream. I will try to let people know way more in advance, and let's see. Probably do it if I do reach 500 subscribers. So, but now I'll answer questions anyway, because it's kind of my thing. I'm just adding oil. Bringing that up the section. Just making sure there's no tangles to go out. Holding the section as I seesaw it down in order to part it and to comb the tangles out. My hands. Oh, fairy knots. I always have my hair scissors ready to just cut out fairy knots. they're better out than in. So just detangling those ends really quickly. Or not really quickly, just, making my way down and trying to melt out all of those tangles. So that when I put the twist in, I'm not locking tangles into place as much as possible. I first went natural in high school about junior year, so that's like the summer of 2013. And now, after a while after that, I bleached my hair a lot, and then I was like, this really isn't necessarily working for me. And I decided I wanted to grow my hair out because, I don't know, it's just what you do, basically. And in 2018, in the summer, I cut all of my hair off again to 1/8 inch buzz cut. And I've been growing it out ever since. And there have been years where I had to trim more in the beginning because I was still learning. But now I'm at tailbone length, and it'll be 8 years this summer that I've been growing my hair out. And I trimmed my hair twice last year, so I'm still at tailbone length, but I'm determined to get to classic length, as long as I still want it, by June 2027. And then I'm also going to see if I can grow my hair and see how much change I have in the next 6 months, and then again in the next year. Because I'm sort of hitting a cap in my resilience and willingness. So I just need to get over that hurdle and get where I'm going. This wouldn't be the first time that I've hit sort of what I thought was the best that I could do. And I know I could take better care of my hair, which means I could probably get it longer. And I know I'm not at my terminal length because the hair is not tapering as much as it could. I don't think terminal length, all of your hairs stop at exactly the same point and then fall out. I think there should be a significant taper at the end of terminal. So if tailbone length isn't terminal for me, then I'm going to go longer. One of my goals is to have my twist out, like from shrunken like this, to reach my waist. And right now, the twist out is sitting at bra strap length after being braided, so that shouldn't be too far in the future. And that way, I could have waist-length hair even when my hair is mostly shrunken and without heat. I think that would be really cool if I could sustain that. Just removing shed hairs, doing some light finger detangling, and then I'm going to twist up the section. Oh, that section is too small. Could split it more evenly. Careful. And if I'm having trouble getting it apart because of the stronghold that the products I'm using has, or I don't even know what to call them besides products, but calling them products feels weird because, I don't know. But then I just spray a little bit of extra water because I don't want it to cause breakage. I want it to hold when it's important. But while I'm working with it, it's not the time for it to dry. Let me get shed hairs out. Spray it a little bit more. My goal is during this live stream to finish the rest of this. I think I'm 3/4 of the way there, so I just have to keep going. And part of the purpose of this live stream is to show the amount of time that it takes. And this is the kind of effort that has paid off for me because I don't think it comes to me naturally. Pretty sure, as somebody who went through all of it, growing very long hair isn't necessarily something that I can easily do with no effort. So this is the effort that helped get me to where it got me. And this is my favorite length retention hairstyle. It's just that I always wear mini twist in a style. So these don't stay hanging down. I put them up in either 2 Dutch braids, a French braid, a French roll, a knotted bun, anything, and then I try not to touch it for a week, and then check on it at the end of the week, and then keep going like that. The parts of my mini twist that need to be redone the most are around the edges and very specifically the nape. I know that at some point I would like to get a silk pillowcase, even though I use a silk scarf, because I feel like the nape gets more exposed to the pillowcase and ends up getting lint, and then lint causes tangles and breakage. So I have to be really careful with the nape of my neck. And I redo those twists to prevent breakage there. We're doing it. We got this far. 3 hours is alright. I think the maximum amount of time I'm necessarily willing to spend on my hair in one day is 8 hours before I can call it quits. And then I think that's my limit mentally. I don't want to do this anymore. So we're not even close. However, I'm not really sure what my mental cap is with trying to do a live stream. So I'm going to get through this section and then I'm going to do as much as I can tonight off camera. Oof. I have to make sure I pay attention and do what I'm doing. Let's add some more flaxseed gel and keep going. I just wanted to show the work that it actually takes and the fact that the work is not necessarily hard. It is just work that needs to be done. It might be a bit tedious and it might take a really long time, but it works. And there might be some variation on this that works for you, but coat, protect, organize, and wearing the hair up really does work a lot of wonders. And for me, that's a mixture of oil, flaxseed, shea butter, and typically aloe vera juice. Coiling the ends separately at the end with extra flaxseed so that I can prevent as many fairy knots as possible. Wearing these twists up in a style where they're bound together and up off my clothing and up off my shoulders. Wearing a silk charmeuse scarf and using silk hair accessories and not over manipulating the twist or taking them up and down throughout the week too often. All of that contributes to length retention for me, and it's actually just that simple. And then just keeping up with wash day. It doesn't have to be a big thing, it's just once you find what works, keep going, then get better at it. feels like a Disney quote, but like the magic ingredient is you. You don't need snake oil. You don't need anything crazy. There is no magic hair growth serum or oil or anything. It's just prevent the breakage and try your best. And if you fall off, keep going as soon as you can. You don't have to be absolutely perfect at being consistent. You have to just not give up. And also, if you're having any struggles, get your blood work done and see your doctor. Just make sure you are not blaming yourself for having an autoimmune condition or anything like that, because it's just not your fault. And if you do have an autoimmune condition that affects your hair, you're literally perfect the way you are. And everybody with their hair, natural hair, shaved head, whatever, we're all in the same playing field and we're all as pretty as each other. So nobody has to want long hair, but it is an option if it is something that you want. And if it's something that you have the health for. And then there's other things. I've never tried it, but I know outside of alopecia, I don't know too much about hair loss, but that minoxidil does work for some people. And that there are avenues you can go through to help your hair out. So. Still going. Oh. Almost put flaxseed gel for the shea butter. I am actually getting tired. Isn't that weird? But we're almost at 3 hours and 20 minutes, so maybe that checks out. And as it goes on, as I try to finish the section, I'm going to get more loopy, and we'll see what state of mind I am in at the end of this. I'm sure it'd be infinitely loopy by the end of the whole thing, but I would like to live, so we're not going to be filming the entire head. At least not today. I might come back tomorrow. Alright. Now we're adding the flaxseed gel. We did the oil first, after spraying the section, and then the shea butter, and now the flaxseed gel. I have to constantly remind myself, slow down, don't cause breakage. You can go fast, but that's not worth it. And if you are sick of doing this, then you stop. And you come back to it when you have better energy. If you can't slow down, then stop doing your hair. But man, it's hard because if you stop paying attention, then you start thinking, oh, I can go faster, and then you hear a hair break. And you're like, I really don't like the sound of any single hair breaking. So I'm very aware of it if I do hear it, and it's like, slow down. So here we are, slowing down. Getting a shed hair out. Being careful. The mini twist will get done. They might get done slow as heck, but we're gonna get there. I really want a grilled cheese, honestly. I don't know where that came from, but that sounds so good right now. Hi, if you're just joining the stream, I'm Chelsea, and I've been doing my mini twist for 3 hours and 20 minutes. I have tailbone length 4C hair. It's fine strands, high density, and it compacts really small. It's taken me 7 years to grow my hair out to tailbone length from a 1/8 inch buzz cut, which is the lowest scar level you can go to. Um, I try to avoid heat styling too often, or any sort of very high heat styling. And I mostly wear my hair natural and stretched and twist of some form. And right now I'm just getting through my mini twist. So if you need a checkpoint from scrolling or watching the news and feeling sick, this is just a nice hangout spot for now. And if you need to do your hair and you just want some solidarity for that, I'm probably got at least until 7 o'clock, but realistically I might be here until 8. See. But if you are watching, what style is your hair in right now? How are you currently styling it or taking care of it? Oh, okay. Slow down. Just not a race. You got this. Does this need to be 2 or does it need to be 1? 1 is fine. Just adding a little bit more shea butter. I hope that if you are caught in the blizzard here, that you are nice and warm and toasty, and that you stay really safe. And that if you have to drive to work or anything tomorrow, that you drive really safe, please. And hopefully the snow is over, but it's gonna snow for like a week, so just hope it's not as bad as it has been. Gonna add a little bit more flaxseed gel to get to the bottom of things. And just keep going. Hello. How are you? I'm just here twisting endlessly. You having a good day? Yeah. Oh, hello. Hi. How are you guys doing? I'm twisting my hair and been here for a while. Yeah. Having fun trying to get to the end of this one currently. Are any of you guys in the path of the snowstorm? Oh, nice to see you from Reddit. Yeah. I was trying to see if I can do a quarter of my mini twist on live before I get exhausted and give up. um, but yeah, it's good to see you here. Thank you for stopping by. I'm taking the excess product off of my hands and just putting it in the twist I've already done. Thank you. I've been trying, so this is what we've got so far. They're still a little bit wet. How many hours does it take to mini twist your whole head? 16 to 24. So right now we are at 3.5 hours, and I can count how many I have done, but I'm almost done with a quarter of my head. But by almost done, I have a feeling it's going to be like 1 hour later. But after a while, it gets easier, especially if you're watching Netflix or something. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 so far. So it took 3.5 hours to do 19 twists. And I'm going for 200. Or if we're lucky, 150. So I gotta keep my hands moving. But it's a good distraction from the blizzard, and it's not like I can go out right now anyway, so. I have a goal in mind. If I can get myself the classic length, then I'll be quite happy. But I can't do that without doing the work. You're growing your hair out, any tips? Sure. Before I give any tips, could you type out your routine and then I'll read it? Like, what are you doing currently? Do you have 4C hair, or like, are your strands fine? What's your density? If you let me know some of what you do, it'll be easier for me to give some little advice. 3A, 3B. Okay, right. I don't have much experience with any type 3 hair, but I do know that I've seen from people with looser hair textures that a universal thing seems to be true, and is to make sure to use some sort of conditioning product on your hair, like a leave-in conditioner. And this is technically my version of a leave-in conditioner, but I know that at 3B, 3A and 3B, the conditioners people use tend to be a bit lighter than shea butter. Some of the things that really helps across the board from straight hair to 4C hair is sleeping in a silk charmeuse scarf or bonnet at night to reduce friction on your hair. Wearing your hair up the majority of the time, so up and organized. So whether you do 2 French braids or 2 Dutch braids or chunky twist, and then wearing your hair up off your clothing and your shoulders. So those are some things that really helps. And when you wear it up and off your shoulders, it's protective styling. And it's mainly so that your hair is lower manipulation and keeping your hair away at the ends, so the ends aren't experiencing friction and breakage. But I would like to learn a lot more about type 3 hair, but to be very honest, my best area is 4C hair, but I know for a fact that protective styling usually helps most people. So if you think about it like a straw or a piece of spaghetti is less likely to break when you put it with other pieces of straw or other pieces of spaghetti, and you try to. So wearing your hair sort of bound together helps keep it from breaking as much. And then you just have to be really patient. And it's good to trim your hair, but try not to over trim it since hair grows 4 to 6 inches every year. If you are cutting off 1 inch of hair every 6 weeks, you'll end up cutting off more hair than you're growing. So the haircuts will be chopping up your length faster than the rate of hair growth for you. So it's good to trim your hair, but trim it when you see that it needs a trim. I hope that helps at all. Oh, thank you so much for subscribing. Yeah, thank you for coming by. Hope you have a good night. Okay, bye. I'm just looking through comments. I think I answered everything so far. So I'm just gonna keep going. In order to detangle the section, like there is a spot here that's catching, I either seesaw motion down or I take each individual hair out and try to keep those ends stretched out until I can get that spot nice and detangled. And just keep going the best that we can. And be extraordinarily gentle, because that way you break less hair. Ideally, no hair gets broken, but see, there's a tangle right in this part right here, so I'm going to isolate it and take out individual hairs. And I have to stretch out the bottom again because it's bunching up here. So let's see if I can isolate this section completely out and then take care of the tangle from there. Bring it to the bottom. I'm just focusing on getting that tangle out without causing breakage, just for 1 second. Hello. Just doing my hair and getting some mini twists in. Trying to get a quarter of my hair done before I end the live stream. That's my little challenge to myself. And just finger detangling each section as I go along, just to make sure that section is very smooth before I go ahead and finish that mini twist. So that way I'm not sealing knots into my hair. Most of the time it's a shed hair that just wants to come out and it's not even a knot yet. But how you treat it determines whether or not it becomes a knot. And this one needs to be treated with a pair of scissors. Goodbye. I'm just gonna add some more flaxseed gel and make things looser. Okay, so here's an example of a strand or a section. The flaxseed gel does not define my hair. It's still 4C like the rest of my hair, but some sections just this is as defined as we are going to get. And that's cool too. Gives you like variance in texture. So we're gonna split this down the middle and just make that twist right there. Oh, it's literally dinner time. I didn't even realize what time it is. I think I literally said the time and didn't realize it was like 6 o'clock. We're keeping each section flat as we go down. And then keep going. Trying my best. And we get there when we get there. One of the best things I learned is it's going to be how it's going to be, and how I react to it is my choice. So I could be annoyed that it takes this long, or I can learn to cope and then end up having fun and get what I want in the end. That's funny because I think that this patience would translate to other things, but I've tried embroidery and stuff, and I really don't have the patience for it. And I think the reason I don't have the patience for embroidery and sewing and other sorts of things is because I just am not as passionate about it as I am about hair. So I think once I find the thing that I'm interested in, I'm willing to put in the work. Kind of like finding your instrument to play, if you're a musician or anything like that. You practice the thing that you love. And I don't think I love embroidery. I love seeing when other people do it, and I might try to get back into it, but I just don't see myself doing it for hours. Origami, on the other hand, I can do for hours and hours. So, but I genuinely love my hair, so it's less of a chore than if I was doing this purely for the aesthetic. Like, it's the act of getting to the aesthetic that is part of the fun. Ooh, fun. Sorry. Again, it's been almost 3 hours and 40 minutes, and if I'm a little bit loopy, that's totally normal. This is still shorter than the hair cutting live. Part of me wants to be a little bit masochistic and see if I can do my whole head on the live, but that is a terrible idea, and I still have to feed myself and treat myself like a human being, so I will not be doing that. Not today, at least. But I'm gonna get a quarter of this done and see on my own if I can get another quarter done tonight. And I can do the back of my head. Another one of those hairs, the shed hair, got trapped. Try to remove them all, but I can't. Pulling it from the bottom only cause more breakage. So what I'm gonna do is I trim it the length of the twist, and then I just coil it. And then when I take the twist down, then I will get the shed hair then. Putting extra flaxseed gel on those separately coiled ends at the end. Anything that's left on my hands, I take and I put it on the already finished twist to make sure they're coated. Any of those little hairs that like to stick out are protected as much as possible. And this is how I keep them from getting frizzy over time. I could also, once I figure out and get my phone all fixed up, do check-ins with how my mini twists are doing after I'm finished, so you can see how they actually do hold up after this. But yeah, I'm just gonna wipe my hand and readjust my posture because I'm hurting my back. And And then keep going. But it's actually coming along. Like, this is much better than where we started. We've got this much to go. Okay. Bug's gotta do what a bug's gotta do. I constantly am quoting the little bug from, what is that movie? The Princess and the Frog. And I always think about Ray whenever I'm trying to do something that takes a lot of time. And it's usually my hair. A bug's got to do what a bug's got to do. So I'm gonna do what I gotta do. You don't reach goals by not working on them. I find that this is a style that helps me retain length most. So I'm gonna keep going and making an effort. Because if I know what works, now I only have to do what works. And at least that's a little bit easier than the figuring it out part. There's a hair that's attached to one of the hairs that goes in the back, so I'm just gonna undo that temporary chunky twist. The ends are a bit tangled, so I'm really gonna take my time because there's no point in breaking your hair and trying to grow it. Oh, Chelsea's good just because Chelsea's my real name. So sometimes I like Alice on Reddit just because, but on YouTube, I'm just Chelsea. Thanks for asking. And if I refer to you through the chat, should it be Ray? Gently, there's a little tangle at the root here, so I'm going to take that down. Be really careful about it. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. I'm going to try to have as much fun as I can, and sometime in the future there will be another stream doing something else that takes a whole lot of time. Really appreciate it. Alright, I think that we're at a point we can do a little more. Oh, that's not great. Sorry, if you're trying to figure out what just happened, I'm pretty sure that, like, my hand is a little bit angry at me, like, skin-wise, because I've been twisting for too long. We're fine. We're good. I think my fingers just start developing random calluses because of the twisting. Like, I legitimately have several twisting calluses since I've gotten used to it. But at least my hands are tough. Okay, let's smooth it through. I probably need to invest in a less creaky chair, but like, money. At some point. So here we go, just adding, I put the olive oil and now the shea butter. And then I'm going to add the flaxseed gel to this section. And it's extra super duper goopy. I really like my flaxseed gel to be pretty thick. I feel that's the way it works the best, especially on my ends. And we'll keep going. And eventually we reach the end and everything will be handy dandy and we'll reach our goals. Because this is how it gets done. Got this. Just really focusing on getting any little tangles out. It's gotten to the point where I can do this with my eyes closed, which is a little bit nuts. But it's because you can see with your hands what you're doing. Hi and welcome if you're just joining. I'm just doing my mini twist. And it's been 3 hours and nearly 50 minutes. And I'm just trying to get done with a quarter of my head. And I think for me, I'm actually making relatively good time. So we'll see how long it takes to finish a quarter. And then I'm gonna eat dinner. But yeah, it's cozy, it's peaceful, we're chilling. And the fairy nut is not gonna chill with us. Sorry about the face. I can't help how I feel about the fairy nuts. It's okay, he's not with us anymore. I have to make sure to wipe my hands on the bandana every so often to get the dried product off. Because I made the flaxseed gel that thick. So. I'm seesawing and holding those ends in my hands to prevent more tangles. And then we've got this separate. And just add some more flaxseed gel and start the twist. And there we go. Let me add a little bit more shea butter at the top, just to lock everything into place and smooth it down. I'm going to get to the bottom of this twist. Just keep swimming. That's all there is to it, really. Just keep going. I got to watch my favorite Christmas movie this winter. I did have to find it on the Internet Archive because it's not available anywhere else anymore. But it's Santa Claus is Coming to Town, and my favorite character is the Winter Warlock. And there's a little song that just put one foot in front of the other. And it's basically an entire song of just like literally a single step at a time. One braid, one whatever you're up to, and eventually you'll be at the end of the thing and you'll be an expert. But if you don't take the first steps, then you're never going to get to your destination. And each and every little step that you take makes a difference. So each and every little twist that I get through is closer to being done. And I wanted long hair, and this is what I signed up for, and so I'm going to take responsibility for it. And if I want longer hair, then I need to be the kind of person that takes responsibility for it. So that is who I'm going to be. It's one thing to want something on the surface, and it's another thing to make it happen. And the making it happen isn't so bad once you get past the block of, I don't really believe in myself. It's okay, do it anyway. You'll forge the belief on the way there. Oh, my freaking shoulder blades. We're good. I'm good. It's all good. Right now, looking at how long this has taken so far, it might take me 16 hours for my whole head, but that is a low ball estimate. So we persist. So that if you heard screaming, that was my neighbor, and that's just my life. Normal. I don't know what's going on. I don't need to know. It's none of my business. I think it was a happy scream. None of my business. But they're really thin. Oh man. Alright. We don't have too much left to go. We're almost there. I think. I don't know if that almost there is like, it's been 45 years. But it's alright. Hi, and welcome to It's Your Friendly Neighborhood Person Who Never Leaves Their House. It's so funny because I have my neighbors go, "Well, I haven't seen you all winter," and it's just like, there's a reason for that. Sorry. I just think it's a little bit funny. I'm just like, what are you doing there all day? Twist. I twist. I twist and I mind my business. You're just smoothing the olive oil down the section. The section is about here now. Pretty alright. I don't know why on earth I make that face, but you know what? I'm a real person and I'm supposed to have expressions. So adding the shea butter from the bottom, bringing it up to the top. I'm actually kind of having fun. Alright. Add more flaxseed gel. Start at the bottom. Go up. Just make sure everything is fairly detangled. And especially at the roots, seesaw down. Come on. Almost there. Here is another example of a section that is just randomly more defined than all the other sections. Why is it doing that? I don't know. My whole head is 4C. Some of it defines and some of it doesn't. That's cool. Come on. Honestly, sometimes I baby talk the knots and then I catch myself doing it and it's just like, the people do not need to know. But it helps, so. I try not to disrespect or yell at my hair when it's got a knot. I'm just friendly with it. But the knots themselves, I cut them out when they're bad. You should try your best to gently undo the knot. But the fairy knots are fair game. You just cut those off. Oh man. It's funny because to me I'm thinking, all right, I am actively trying to beat the boss of tailbone length hair in order to level up in the game. I think this is going to be a really silly analogy, and I know not everybody plays Minecraft, but I feel like trying to get to the boss of bra strap length was the hardest one. So it was kind of like trying to fight the warden, and then trying to beat the boss that is tailbone length is more like easier, like trying to fight one of the ice skeletons with poison arrows. Um, I told you it's just gonna get loopier, but I think that's a pretty good comparison. Come on, hair. We're trying. Gotta be gentle. Okay, what is that? It's a knot. Not today. Get out. Please. Go home. You don't live here. This is my hair. Go away. Yeah, I found a tangle and that requires a lot of focus, but I'm gonna get it out and then we're gonna move on. Why is this section such a pain in the butt? It's probably, I think this section of hair is getting cold, is the problem. Oh, it's been 4 hours. How did I get here? Alrighty. Maybe I should add some more water. It's usually the top right side that gives me the most issues. So, there we go. The top middle of my head has slightly thicker strands than the rest of my hair, and that somehow leads to more tangles in that area. But that's alright. I've got it. Just keep going, and then we'll reach the end. Got this. It's not a big deal. And a little bit more shea butter. Just doing my best to get the tangles out. Hey, I win. Sorry about the gremlin laughing. It's not my fault. Okay. Got this. Alrighty. Alright. Sorry. Let's split into two. And now we can get everything we need to get to twist out. Add a little bit more shea butter. And a little bit more flaxseed gel. And down we go. Wasn't so bad. Almost there. I'm just taking some of the extra product from the top and bringing it down the sections. It's a pretty smooth transition to bring it down. So, keeping my hands close to where the twist is forming, smoothing that product down, keeping each section flat as we go down, and keep going till it's time to coil the ends separately. Not twisting all the way down to the very bottom prevents more tangles and breakage. We're just going to coil the ends separately at the bottom and add more flaxseed gel to freeze them in place. And then we do it again and again and again. And then I'm gonna have some fruit for my blood sugar and be fine. Everything's fine. Man's not here, Dave. Oh, still going. All right. We're almost there. Almost at a quarter, that is. But this is what it takes, so that's what I'm gonna do. Just keep going. Just trying to get that shed hair out of the way. And then put all the goop where the goop goes. And then keep going. And then coil. And then eventually we'll be a quarter way through. And I'll be A-okay. Just put the excess that's left over on my hands on one side done. And you can see none of the parts are the same. I'm just eyeballing it, and you know what? It's close enough. It's good enough for me. Oh man. Alrighty. We have this much left to do now. That should be about 4 twists, and then I can eat snacks. I really like snacks. I really like a sanity break. This is gonna be 2. Gotcha. Just gonna spray the section down with water. It's probably understandable now why the one video where I did the mini twist tutorial is like 1 twist, and this is kind of why. Oh man. Alrighty. Got this. Almost there. Just wet the section, get it completely saturated, and then I'm losing my dang mind. Add a little bit of oil, and then make sure that the section is detangled, starting from the bottom, and working the way up. And we just keep going. And then we reach the end, and we're gonna be fine. Okay. What's this? It's still retaining the shape of the twist that it was in before. Do you think it's funny? So here we go. I'm seesawing it down, taking out the individual hairs. I'm gonna eat so many clementines. I like clementines. I bought a 5-pound bag, And I looked at them like, is this too many clementines for one person? But no, it's not. Oh, we good. We got this. I got you. Just keep going. Now shea butter. Sprinkle in a little will the wind. Alrighty. That's weirdly defined. But that's actually kind of weird. Ooh. Alright, come on. Come on, focus. We're almost there. Hi, if you are just joining, I'm still doing mini twist. It's been 4 hours and 13 minutes. I've half lost my mind, and we're just getting done with a quarter of my hair. And by just getting done, it means I'll probably be here until the end of the hour. So we do what we gotta do. I feel like this is very indicative of like that thing of just, oh no, it's fine, just one more braid. And you're just there 5 hours later going, please let me go. I can't sit here any longer. Okay. Man, I'm gonna have my goofy self an excellent sleep tonight just from the amount of focus that this takes. Alrighty. We got the two sides separate. We've already put in the oil, the shea butter, and the flaxseed gel. And now just twisting all the way down, making sure there's no loose hairs. Smoothing the product down as we go. And also twisting with my hands up right next to where the twist is forming. I got this. The only thing to do is to do the thing. Okay. Still better than doom scrolling. Go. I was gonna say Power Rangers, and I was like, stop, please. Here we go. There's no music. It's just me and my tiredness. Just keep twisting. Just keep twisting. But this is basically how I got to tailbone length, so I'm going to do what works. Oh, I'm just going to have to get more patient. Because it's really not that bad. Just do what I gotta do. There's no point in wanting something and not being willing to make the effort. We're at 4:17. 4 hours and 17 minutes. You know what? It's kind of pretty alright. I'm doing a pretty good job. I'm going pretty fast today. Call me sick. Sorry. Please help. I've been stuck in here for quite a while. Like, I could say please help, but I don't actually mean that. I am willingly doing this. So. Oh man. You're good. This is fine. Everything's fine. I think one of the things that helps when you've got high density and very long natural hair, or you're just, even if you're just at the beginning and you can't get over the time it takes and you're tired and stuff, you have to learn how to laugh at yourself. Because it just makes everything in life so much easier. Like, to be honest, this is kind of funny. Like, I'm just sitting here for God knows how long, 4 hours and 18 minutes, doing the same thing over and over again, just to retain length in my hair. But if that's what it takes, is it crazy? I definitely don't do this every 2 weeks like I used to. So that's an upside. Once it's done, and then you do it again. So add a little oil, do a little dance, make a little love. Sorry, get down tonight. Also, sorry. Spread the oil up through the section, and then it's not supposed to be flaxseed gel, but it is now. Add a little bit of shea butter, and then add the flaxseed gel. It's a lot, but you know that we're gonna make do with what we got, and spread it up higher. I think this one needs to be one though, or no, maybe I need to. No, screw it. It's gonna stay the size I need it. We live with the consequences of our actions, and we'll probably like it. Almost there. We got this. Doing our best not to get any products on our scalp, but that's a little bit inevitable. So, just gonna deal and keep trying not to get it on the scalp. Okay. My stomach is literally growling, so if you can hear that, just ignore it. We're almost there. We're almost to snacks and clementines and hot pot. Making sukiyaki with like different veggies and tofu and beef, and really, really want it right now. Come on, we're almost there. Let's just split it in half and do the thing. I know it seems like I'm smoothing it a million times, but I'm genuinely just trying to detangle it and making sure that the twist sits right. Now we can twist this one all the way down, and then we've got 3 left to go. And we're almost at 4.5 hours. Oh boy. Arnar. Sorry. I grew up watching that Australian mermaid show, and now I can't get it out of my head. Still like it though. This one is already made too fine, but that is okay. Ideally, it'd be a bit larger than this. Sometimes I'm not really good at eyeballing the size that I want, but that's alright. Add a bit more flaxseed gel. Just keep going. It's never my arms that are hurting anymore, it's always my back. And my neck. Thankfully, later tonight I'll switch to the other side. And I'll be able to lean my head in a different way. I like really heavy products because then the twists just sit down nicely. Because if you notice, the twists that I haven't done are still kind of floating, and the ones that I have done are hanging. And to me, that's a sign that they're completely saturated in product and are literally being weighed down. Because my hair is very light, so it likes to float. You can already tell that these are like slightly different sizes. But the point is to protect my hair. The point is not perfection. Let me keep going. We're almost at the end of this twist, I think. I have a feeling that this is going to hit 5 hours. Just an inkling, a suspicion. Keep going. I got this. This kind of twist is too small, but we learn. Add the extra flaxseed gel to the end. Add what's on my hands to the rest of the ends. Alright, oops, got a little bit extra there. Thankfully, it's just going to dry clear, so it doesn't matter, but this is basically it after. Just going to let my hair down really quick, the rest of it, all of its 4C-ness. That is the rest of what has to be done. But that is not for this live stream. This is like arm day. Oh. So I have an option of one more or two more, but I think I'm just gonna do one more. I'm gonna split this so it works a little bit better. Come on, we can do it. Okay, it's a knot. It's fine, but I don't like knots. Excuse me, could you not, could you be normal? Yeah, that's alright. Well, I've reduced the knots, I only have to cut 2 pairs, so mission accomplished. These are the last 2 sections of a quarter of my hair, so we're almost there. And my tummy can stop thundering at me that it wants dinner. Because, like, it is genuinely growling so loudly. Just gonna go back later and see if that's actually full, because holy crap. I'm probably going to eat a pear and clementines and soup. So. Doing what we gotta do. We're almost there. Gonna add the oil, the shea butter. Wow, it's 7:30. Add a little bit more water. Oops. Almost there. Almost got it. All I can do is my best, and my best is good enough. Add a little bit of flaxseed gel. Make it up to the top. More flaxseed gel. And retwist. This is about a half size of the other ones, so I didn't really mean to do that, but the spacing makes sense, so that's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna twist it all the way to the bottom, and then hopefully we'll be at the last twist. We're at 4 hours and 31 minutes for 1/4 of my head. I feel like the back tends to go faster, but that might just be me deluding myself to thinking that it does. Just gonna try. Almost there. And then at some point I'll do another live stream or but no, I definitely want to do a video of the twist up. And I know I definitely would like to do a video of different mini twist styles. And maybe one day I'll work up to being able to do an entire live stream of half of my head. And we can hang out for, I don't know, 10 hours and see how much stamina I have. Oh man. The process is part of the fun. If I resent the care that I put into it, then I won't appreciate the results. My hair is good enough, more than good enough like this. It doesn't need to be stretched to its full length for me to love it. Doesn't need heat for me to love it. Doesn't need to take a short amount of time. Doesn't need any sort of weird justification or convenience to me. I just love it the way that it is and for what it is. That is what I can do for myself. You've gone so long, the chapstick is dried out. But it's okay because the point is to show that this is reality. I feel like a lot of the quick cuts and stuff, they're good for a short video, but one of the things that I think ends up discouraging people is that they think it's quick and easy for everybody, and they're the only person struggling or taking a really long time, and that's not the case. I'm not alone. It takes some time, and then you get really good at it, and then it still takes some time. But if what you want is worth it to you, it's okay for it to take a little bit of time, if you've got that time. We're on the last one. Yeah! Loopy. Absolutely loopy. Tired. So it's currently been 4 hours and 35 minutes to do a quarter of my tailbone length 4C hair. It's got layers, so it's about belly button length when stretched outside of the twist at my bangs, and tailbone length at the back. And we have to finger detangle to make sure that even when we want to be done, we're not just leaving tangles in our mini twist, and we're not just breaking hairs and being careless. Every little bit counts, and we're almost there, but we're not there yet. And that's alright. Finally, I think I'm just going to combine this with the previous twist. So, let me just detangle this, get the right stuff in it. Make sure I thoroughly detangle it. Take my time, not break hairs, not rip hairs out. It's worth the time it takes. It makes a difference. If you're a gardener and you rip up your garden because it's not doing what you want it to do fast enough, and you indiscriminately rip out weeds and flowers, then your garden's not going to flourish. You have to pay attention to what you're taking out of the ground and what you're planting. So I have to pay attention. I'm removing only the shed hairs and not ripping out healthy ones or causing more knots and being careless, because that's not how we get where we're going. The shea butter, I've just added a little bit of the olive oil with the scented with cloves olive oil. Just smells so cozy. While we're adding the shea butter, I'm actually really excited to be on the last one. And then adding the flaxseed gel, which I like to make it super thick. We're almost there. Almost there. Alright. Am I gonna combine this with one, or I'm just gonna make this one because even I have one that's tired. I would like to lay flat on the ground and stretch out my back. And separating this into two sections, being careful and trying not to cause knots. If I see something that's not right, slow down and I take it apart. And now we go up to the roots, keeping our hands close to where we're working. And we twist all the way down on the last twist. Add a bit more shea butter because we're not slacking now. Make sure we lock everything in place, right? We're almost there. Just keep going, and eventually you'll get where you're going. Almost there. Add flaxseed gel, more flaxseed gel. Smooth it down the ends and just keep going. Almost there. Four hours and 41 minutes. But you know what? It hasn't been 5 hours, so that's a win. Yeah. It wasn't even 6 hours. I do think so. I'm very slow at this, but that's alright. It's 8 degrees outside and it's snowing, so we're fine. Exactly what else am I supposed to be doing? Just keep going. If anybody's looking for an arm day and back day exercise, might I suggest an entire head of mini twists or even quarter? If you want really articulate forearms, have I got the recommendation for you? Almost there. Don't get lax, just almost there. That's a big difference from the start. And I'm gonna count the twists and tell you how many you're able to do, and I'll pay attention to what time that I stop. Right now we're at 4 hours, 43 minutes, 33 seconds. Alright, we're reaching the end of the twist and coiling one side to the side, one side to the other side. Adding more flaxseed gel to the end. Putting flaxseed gel on the hands throughout the section. And then adding just a bit more to the ends. Just right on all those little coils. Squeezing it through. And you can see all the little coils at the end. We're good now, I think. Consider that 1/4 of my hair done at 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 32 seconds. And just gonna let down the rest of what needs to be done. Try to let it down gently. I have a bad habit recently of just pulling my scrunchie, and that's not good. So this is what the finish half of my hair looks like. Well, at least the finished quarter of my hair. This is what the quarter that I haven't done looks like. And that's the difference between no product and the combination of the oil, the flaxseed gel, the water, and shea butter. And just smaller twist. So, just gonna put that up now. And I'm just gonna count these twists that are done. So, in that 4 hours and 44 minutes, I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let me just resolve a tangle at the bottom. It's always something. How is it even tangling like that? This is why we add the flaxseed gel to the bottom. And this is why we also don't just wear the twists down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 twists took 4 hours and 44 minutes for a quarter of my head. So if we add another 4 hours for the other half of my head in 44 minutes, let's just round it up to 45. That's 8 hours and I think that's 8 hours and 30. My brain is so tired. Please forgive me. So that 9 hours, and then on top of that, 9.5 hours? Who the heck knows? Probably. For half my head, and then double that for the entire head, which would be 19 hours total. If my math checks out, and it probably doesn't because I'm real hungry. But that's it for today. This is what the partings look like. Completely random. Willy-nilly. Doesn't matter as long as they're neat into the scalp. Yeah. I'm gonna go eat lots of food now. If you're here, thank you for watching. This was just me answering a few questions and doing a quarter of my mini twist. And either tonight or tomorrow, probably not on the live stream, I will do yet another quarter, and then I will go around and finish my entire head. Yeah. Thanks for watching. Bye. How do we end the stream? We end the stream like this.